Hello everyone, tonight we're gonna start doing some UB Funkeys for the month. This will be the first of... I'm aiming for 4 streams. Aims of this game for this month. We don't need to check for updates. Oh yes, let me connect to a server that's totally still up and running for a video game that has not seen an update in quite some time. The thing we've got to do is get to the point of not being stinky. Because that's what happens when you only play the game once a year. Okay, so we've almost got to the Kelpie base engine. I believe... I believe it was Tiki, whose game we still need to complete. Fortunately, if we just played enough, we'll get the gem shard eventually. I remember where... There it is. There's Tiki Hut. Now we're back to Bounce and Break. Hopefully we get the gym shard fairly soon, like by the end of tonight. So that we don't have to spend too much time on this month. Oh yeah, and I think I've still got the music turned off. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, because this song was starting to really wear on me. So I turned it off. But now we're back after a year. Well, technically more like 11 months. Let's give or take. Because that was the last time I would have done anything with UB Funkeys would have been in last November. Just gotta get these last 2... And of course, I don't manage to get the thing to hit just right to get an immediate explosion of all of those. There should be just like a precise angle that you can hit it to be able to do that. And we played a lot of this particular minigame last year here, so we should be close. At the same time, who knows? Yeah, and I'm fairly certain, especially since the music was still turned off, that this is the game that we're supposed to be playing right now. How to actually be able to progress on the story. I would hate for this to be a waste because of like because I've already somehow got the gem shard for it. I just got a couple real tricky blocks to break. Maybe these extra balls will help. Alright, level 4, so... We should be getting a fairly decent score at the end of all of this. You know, that's the big thing, is that getting big scores should mean you have to play the minigame less. Because I think it's cumulative score. Come on, ball, just go over there. It would help if any clear way to tell where the ball is going to go. Like, I think the exact position on the shield means something. Level 5, so... Once we get a trophy or something before, or we get the gem shard. Which, I mean, you know, if your scores are high enough, that's a realistic possibility, and I got distracted there. You need to maintain good focus on, it's like, it's a simple game designed for children. But, just because it's simple doesn't mean, simple just means it's easy to understand. And not that you can do it easily without looking. Alright, level 6. I think this might be the highest level I've seen. At the very least, it seems familiar. If we can beat this one, then we might at least get the variety of seeing a new level. Then, of course, the ball's got to hit the metal block several times. I'm trying to get it to hit the ones that can actually break. Which, I mean, technically, it's able to break the metal. It doesn't have to, and it takes a while. Which I'm sure was, like, really, that might not even have been a feature that was initially planned. They just added that in as like anti-soft locking. Because, if the ball gets pinned behind a bunch of metal, there's no way to just bounce its way free. Yeah, after a while, then if the metal can't be broken, and you're stuck. It seems like there are definitely plenty of levels where if you can get a really good angle shot, then they're very easy. Or I guess easier than they already are, because, again, game for children. How hard can you make Breakout? I'm sure it's possible to make Breakout difficult, but if you're making a game for children, you shouldn't. Because that's gonna just leave your target audience frustrated. Granted, that in some ways having to spend time on games like this is a mercy, because it means I don't have to play the worst game in the entire first wave of the game. I think I think regardless of how it turns out for me as playing it now as an adult, Xenor's game is probably still going to be objectively the worst game out of all of them, because, like, unless I was just really stupid when I was a kid, that game fails its target audience. Well, I got the ability to play this in my games room, but that's not what I need. What I need is a gem shard. But, you know, if your target audience can't understand how the mini game that you made works, it's a bad design. So either I was just that dumb as a child, or Xenor's game sucks. But I have to play it in order to actually complete the game. Because there's a gem shard for it. You know, you have to play it in order to complete the Laputta Station gem. So close. So close to getting that exact perfect angle. You know, like, you shouldn't have to do this too many more times, right? Hey, like, since it's cumulative score based, that last one should contribute quite a bit towards getting the gem. You know, it would help if the music was in a loop of probably less than a minute. Like that would be a real big help. Help in terms of the sort of auditory experience. Like clearly this was the last mini game I played, because I remember turning the music off specifically. And the music was still off when I launched the game, so we're probably not playing this for no reason. when there's a different and probably better minigame that we could be playing. I guess really, at any point I could just go to Laputta Station or something, because... But, you know, I kind of... We're very close. Close to completing this zone, so... You might as well stick with it for a while at least. And watch this music also appear somewhere else in a different minigame. Because they do that sometimes. Sometimes with Funkeys, they just reuse the same music for 2 different minigames. Games I know because I have the Funkeys OST on the song request playlist. And some of them are like this game / this other game. Which means that they use the same music for both. But, you know, at least I'm able to get what I hope is, you know, it's clearly a decent score, because I'm pretty sure getting like the item prizes and the ability to play it in your games room. I'm fairly sure those are are based on high score. In which case I clearly got a high score or last run through. I also didn't drop a ball quite so early last time, so probably not gonna do it as well all this run through. Come on, just hit the thing. Apologies for going quiet. I just got a bit locked in. Come on, just go over there. Great. Oh, I've hit level 8 again. And so that's good. That means that this run should contribute about as much as the last one did towards getting the gem shard. Still not enough, but so we keep going. What if it turns out that something in the mechanism for giving gem shards turned out to be bugged? That would suck, because then I would just never be able to actually complete a certain zone. Would just be stuck on possibly like 3 out of 4 or shards, never to see the full gem. You went in the complete opposite direction of where I needed you to, ball. And there goes both balls at the same time. So we've lost a life on like level 2. Which, I mean, clearly isn't out of the question for game developers. Or is it creating a game for children to just completely fail at the goal of making it reasonable for a child to actually complete the game? Because, I mean, Winnie the Pooh Home Run Derby exists. So, it is possible that the Xenor's game is just bad. Which, I mean, since getting the gem shard is cumulative score based, if you play Xenor's game and get a score every time, you will eventually get the gem shard, barring some kind of bug happening. But in order to get the gem shard fast, you have to be good at the video game. And I'm just not entirely sure how one can be good at Xenor's game. But again, you know, maybe when we hopefully play it later, possibly this stream, or at least this month, because I can't imagine it's gonna take that long to finish Kelpie Basin. And this is the only game that we have left to complete in the entire zone. Then yeah, maybe when I actually go play it with my adult brain, it'll be like, oh, this was easy. I was just dumb. But again, you know, if it takes an adult to figure out how to play a video game aimed at children, you're doing a bad job. Because, you know, the children that make up your target audience should be able to figure it out on their own. Because otherwise, how are they gonna play the video game? Like, you know, if your target audience can't understand how to play your game, then they're just gonna walk away frustrated. Which, I mean, granted, like, there were certainly times when I had difficulty grasping certain games when I was a kid, because, like, when I first got into Magic the Gathering, I initially gave up because I didn't realize that mana drains from your mana pool at the end of whenever a step or phase ends. And so I thought you could just tap all of your... So I was like, well, there's no reason to not just tap all of your lands every turn. Guess I'll just keep a running total of how much mana of each color I have. And then I got frustrated because that was a lot for me to keep track of. Or I guess not even necessarily that it was a lot, just that it was annoying. And like... starter deck I had was 2 colors. So I mean, you know, I was only having to keep track of heck of 2 numbers beyond my life total, but I was also rather young. So then, you know, like that's a way of keeping track. That's like no effect in the entire game even works like that, because all the effects that let you keep mana in your mana pool as steps and phases end convert it to either one singular color or colorless, so that you only have to keep track of the one number. Yeah, I still get the feeling that even if I understand how Xenor's game works, like I'm calling it now, last stream of the last UB Funky stream of the year will probably be just Xenor's game, because it'll be the one left out of the entire zone. In fact, out of the entire first wave of Funkeys, at least for that matter. I mean, hey, at least that means that once we get to the point having 3 out of the 4 gem shards for Laputta Station, we can look forwards to doing Funkiki Island stuff of the year after. Of course, that means that we're not gonna get it to my favorite wave until like 2028. Because if we get most of the way through Laputta Station this year, then that would mean Xenor's game and... oh, actually... we might... it would probably be more like 2027. Because it would be... actually, 2026 might be possible. We're finally getting into the dream state stuff. And then we can finally see the best character in the video game again. And you know, for the first time after a stream that I believe is lost to time. Because I never uploaded episode 1 of Funkeys to YouTube, and don't think I have a file for it either. Ooh, we're on level 9. So maybe we're gonna get an even better score. This is gonna be my new high score, which means a nice chunk of progress towards the gem shard, and probably even the trophy. Well, maybe. Like, this is a fairly simple level. So if I just keep focused on the ball, we should be able to at least break 50,000. If there's enough blocks on the level at least. Yeah, I'll probably be more like level 10 where you're able to hit 50,000. I might have to turn the music off again soon. No, we're at 50,035 now, so level 10. I can feel part of my desk starting to dig into my hand. And because I've kept my hand in the same position for too long. And then I looked away for a brief moment, and then lost the ball. I've really got to get locked in. And not get distracted by what seems like it's a moving shadow, but I think is just the frame of my glasses. I'm seeing some sort of dark object in just like just ever so slightly. Think that's just part of my glasses. It's just sort of there at the edge of my vision. Huh. Congratulations, you earned the Tiki Guard for your insane high score. You know, I beat the game.
What a great day for all Funkeys! You have restored a crystal gem and captured its power. Now that the shards have been reunited, the henchmen's batteries are being drained, shutting down the henchmen for good. The grateful Funkeys are now tossing the henchmen into a deep chasm to create a new artificial reef. So, the henchmen will serve a good purpose after all. The henchmen are defeated in Kelpie Basin, but once more Master Lox has managed to slip away just as we thought him cornered. He's likely relocated to another zone to rebuild his army. We must follow him before his trail grows cold.
I beat the game and I'm free from it now. Which, I mean, there's nothing left to achieve with that at that point. You know, I got the insane high score. Now we head off to Laputta Station. I think I'm gonna save Xener for last. I'm gonna switch over to Fallout. And now I just need to remember where the Laputta Station portal is. Because there's Nightmare Rift. I think maybe it's one. No, but that's Magma Gorge. That's Angus's Manor. You know, completely irrelevant because there's already the microtransaction zone. Oh, and now it's not even functional anymore. You know what, since Room Dave Room is right here, let's switch over to Room and play some Room Ball. They're not performing their death-defying stunts. The Room love to practice their daring jumps on a much smaller scale. Click and hold the ball to grab it, and then use your mouse to roll the ball forward. The faster further that you move your mouse forward, the more force this ball will be rolled with. Release the mouse button to release your Room Ball and watch it fly. The goal is to get the highest amount of points by aiming your ball at the most valued holes. You'd think if I just replicate what I did to get the 50, that would get the 100 easy, but clearly not. Which, I mean, with the 50, you're shooting from right in the middle. With the 100, you're shooting off to the side. Alright, if I can just repeat that a few times, then we should be good here. Because, you know, maximizing score is gonna be the quickest way to get the gem shard. Don't think I gave that one the amount of force needed, and that one got too much. That one was off. Off target. Congratulations, you are in the stunt cannon and can now access this game from your crib's game room. Yeah, like once you get decent at getting the 100, like getting repeat 100 as on this is would pretty much be like a speedrun strat in any form of glitchless run. You know, the only way to get the gem shard for this game any faster than getting a bunch of repeat 100s is to break the game somehow. And see, this is the way it should be. You know, it should be that when you're an adult, all the video game aimed at children is easy. If it's not, you have to wonder about the effectiveness of the design. Congratulations, you're in the classic pinball machine for insane high score. Yeah, of course my high score is insane. I'm getting as close to the maximum as I can. Really, this is just... that's a bowling game all over again. Of course, you know, watch it be the, you know... they made the cumulative score that you need ridiculously high to counterbalance. Oh, in our testing, we found that it's actually very easy to get 100s. Never mind that, their testing was done with adults. I don't think they could legally and ethically have folks from their target audience and to test the game for them. It depends. Does video game, does it qualify as labor? I might as well just keep playing this until I get the shard, or though. Or at the very least until I get a maximum score. Dang it. Okay, good. If you don't get the 100, the next best thing is really for it to roll back to you. Or, at least then you can get another shot at the 100 instead of most likely 10. It seems like the point of the star is a good spot. I think I gave that one a bit too much force. And that one. Okay, good. This one comes rolling back to me, so I get another free shot. Really, I'm probably just... On some level, I'm probably just focusing on this game so that I don't have to do... Who's game. Also, I'm good at this. I can probably max out my score if I just figure out exactly and get a good rhythm going in terms of giving the ball exactly enough force. It seems like you want to start here, go to about furthest star. Maybe a little bit further. Yeah, more like right here is where you want to release. Yeah, see, I was... And give that one a force. It's like right here, right about here. Actually, seems you want to go higher. Yeah, you want to get it. You want the mouse to be in the orange when you release. At least it seems. Except I keep missing somehow, even though I'm getting it in the exact same spot that I was before. Probably just like a random chance element or something. Just to give some variation into the physics. Yeah, see, I was able to... Could be that each level has a different... each round has a different... different spot? Not that you need to aim for to get the 100? Basically make each round more difficult? No, I think it's just... I think it might just be variation. Like there's just like some variability in the physics or something. But once you get a good spot... Oh, not maxing my score this time. Didn't put quite enough force on that one. I'm certainly getting to a point of consistency. And of course, now my rhythm is broken. I'm gonna have so many pinball machines when I'm done with this. Didn't put enough force on that one. Too much on that one. So right in the flames is roughly where you want to release. Again, there seems like there's some variation. And in the way that the physics work. Just get me 100. Might as well keep going, I guess. Could also be that I'm starting it in a position that's wrong. You know, maybe I'm not getting the position just right. Which there is some wiggle room on the exact starting position. And it looks like. Yeah, like I mean, controls wise, I'm pretty sure this is exactly the bowling game. The only difference is it's skee ball, so you're trying to throw the ball into holes instead of hitting pins. Dang it.
Warning. You now have in your possession a powerful gem shard. Guard it carefully.
Well, I guess That's enough broom ball. There's Xenor's first place, but let's not do that yet. Let's hop in the Boggle Den first. And play some Get Out of My Stew. Boggle stew. So delicious that even spiders want some. Whack the spiders before they get into your stew. If they land in your stew, you can still whack them, but then you must also pick out the webs that if they left behind, or the stew will be ruined. If the soup gets too polluted and the meter fills with red, the game is over. Use your mouse to move the spin around and click to whack the spiders and remove the webs. But, you know, another nice, simple game. Like, there's not even really, like, a trick to this. You know, you just hit the spiders. First, you know, no, there weren't quite so many extremely fast spiders. Oh, soup got too polluted, I guess. You know, at least I'm able to get what should be a decent score. So that should mean that I will be able to progress towards getting the gem shard fairly fast. Yeah, some of these spiders seem to be able to actually detect where the mouse is and dodge. Either that or I'm just bad at... following their pattern. You know, it's the super fast ones that are a real problem. Okay, so holding down the mouse button does nothing. Seems like you kind of want to keep the mouse up towards the top of the screen because that's where the spiders spawn. Probably gonna do this like 2 more times and then we edge over to Fallout's game. Again, I'm saving Xenor's game for last. You're doing it in a cycle of like 5 run through. Nose rotation should be fine. Forget if that was what I was doing before, because you know it's been about a year. Okay, so it kind of seems like getting rid of the webs doesn't actually do anything for the meter. Well, at least I got the trophy. Yeah, I think I'm probably gonna have to switch over to something else after this next one. because my hand is not enjoying this. It's a lot of rapid clicking. Like this is definitely the kind of game that is perhaps a little bit of a carpal tunnel risk factor. It's all clicking and you're doing the clicking a lot. Come on, just... Should be real nice if got the gem shard at the end of this run through, but probably not. Yeah, probably take more like 10 and run throughs of this, if not more. I think that's enough of that for right now. I just need to figure out where I need to go in order to play a Fallout's game. The Electronics Emporium. There we go. There's where I need to be. Never to let no failed experiment go to waste, the Fallout have created a game out of their frequent mistakes. Fusion Folly. Use your mouse to move across your half of the court. Click to hit the ball with your head. Try to get the fusion ball over the net to your opponent and not let it drop off on your side. You can hit the fusion ball as many times as you need, but your opponent can only hit it a limited number of times. Versus 7 is winner. And I'm not doing well. All of this. On the plus side, it doesn't look like there's any penalty. Nope, there actually is a penalty to each your score for your opponent scoring. Their score just can't drop below 0. Oh, come on. And I lost mostly because I managed to click out of the screen. Man, Senior's game is probably gonna look real good after this. I'm not doing well. Oh, that counted in my favor anyway. For some reason, even though it was on my side of the net. The game just pitied me, I guess. Interesting, the opponent never has to jump. Alright, got it. An early score. Dang it. I'm starting to think that Laputta Station is just bad. Like, they just... Or at the very least, it's hit or miss. That's because, I mean, Room Ball is very good, but everything else... Alright, so ball starts above your head. You just want to not move at all. That's 3, so gonna do 2 more. And then we try and decipher Xenor's game. Which, you know, the problem, I think, is that like I think your opponent can only hit the ball a limited number of times. Element is probably them covering up for not programming a way for the computer opponent to actually not hit the ball. Because the computer opponent tracks the ball very well. So it pretty much never touches the ground while it's on that side of the field. Oh, this is something. Huh. I could just not jump. That's been an option this entire time. It's just not jumping. You know, do like the computer opponent does, and see how that fares. I think it may have the technique down. Yeah, you wanna jump very sparingly. Mostly just to get the ball over to the other side of the net. Alright, one more, but this time I understand the technique. I somewhat have a technique. Well, I mean, that works. Now hold on, how did he get over to my side of the field? They can't go under the line? Which, I mean, you know, it is just a line of string rather than in an actual net like in actual real life volleyball. I think I've finally got a handle on it. Only took me 5 tries. Problem is I keep jumping, and that causes it to launch an odd angle. Thought I was starting to get the hang of it. Turns out I was just getting lucky. Well, it's time. It's time to head to Xener Landing. Play Invasion, triple exclamation points. Believing that someday a threat to Funky society may emerge from the stars, the Xenar have vowed to be prepared. Use your mouse to click and fire the missiles at the alien ships and asteroids. The numbers of the bombs show you how many missiles each ship has left. Clicking with the mouse will alternate firing between the two laser. Alternatively, pressing the A key will fire only from the left ship, and the D key will fire from the right. If all else fails, clicking one of the levers in the lower corners of the screen will destroy everything in sight. You only get one of these, so use it wisely. Okay, so I think I understand a little bit better. And at least okay, so the lightning bolt gives you more missiles to fire. But also, yeah, I think it might just be that I'm bad. But also, like, who makes a game like this? And then it's like, yeah, let's limit the number of shots you can take. You know, let's just put a hard cap on that. Like, you have to get a power-up in order to replenish the number of shots you have. Then, you know, you end up in situations like this where you kinda can't do anything. Maybe it's better to just alternate, rather than trying to strategically use specific ones. Yeah, like that right there is kind of ridiculous. Just the fact that you can have the missile seemingly collide with an object and it's still a miss. Because you didn't have it collide exactly right, so fuck you, I guess. Oh, you didn't hit the asteroid in the exact right spot? Yes, you don't hit the asteroid. Seems like you actually just want to lead your shots a little bit. It might actually be that, like, the hitboxes are weird. But, you know, as an adult, I understand that. You know, I have over a decade more video game experience under my belt. So I can tell... I can easily tell the difference between oh, the video game is wonky, and that's what's making it more difficult for me, versus Is it just like being bad at the video game? Alright, one more. I believe that was fourth try that I've done. Not on this rotation, so... Oh, and it looks like you get your missiles replenished automatically at certain points. Wish I understood that when I was a kid. Then I might not have gotten so frustrated. But, you know, it is still very much possible to just run out of missiles. I think most of the mini games in this 10 to 15 is probably enough if you're decent. If you're especially good, you can you'll probably be able to get the shard or other MacGuffin and faster, because we've only got 3 shards to go in the entire game. Because they stopped using shards as the thing past the first wave. You know, it's only this first set of zones that has gems. And it was like, for Funkeys Island, it's the set of just like 4 special objects. For exit for Dream State, it's assembling a dream catcher. For Hidden Realm, there's not even like a specific thing that you're collecting it in the game. Instead, there's like a path that you go on where you have to have like a certain number of different Funkeys to complete it. Which I don't think there's even really like much in the way of progression in Hidden Realm, so I might not even bother with that wave. And I think they go back to the 4 objects thing for Paradox Green. And then that's it. We don't have to do anything with Speed Racer. Like, Speed Racer's just a shitty tie-in. Like, if you went to, like, 100%, like, a trophy collection, or having having every game in your games room, then you have to do stuff with Speed Racer. But if you just want to complete the plot, such that there is one, then Speed Racer is nothing for you. I believe that was the third run through for this cycle, so like, I mean, there's evidence that they didn't even really complete everything that they planned for Speed Racer, because there's characters that would have made sense to have, because like every other zone has a henchman equivalent, but there isn't one for Speed Racer. The only way you lose coins in the Royalton Racing Complex is if you get a load of this and literally get hit by a car. At least I'm getting good scores. So that should help make it faster to not have to play Get Out of My Stew anymore. Right, so that was number 4, so number 5. And then we go... Oh, play... Any one of the other games. You know, like, which, you know, makes sense that there's no MacGuffin for the Royalton Racing Complex, because the way to not lose any coins in that zone is to just stay off the track. You know, heck, you know, like... You can see Hey, with all the more canon zones. Owns it. Owns it. The hostile characters in the zone. You know, the henchman equivalents that are evil or at least malicious. So there's a reason to actively put a stop to them. Because, you know, they're a threat. If you lose coins because you got hit by a race car, that's your fault. You shouldn't have been on the track. A room doesn't know the meaning of the word fear. Or reluctant. At least I think that's the word that was there. Base, just another funky frontier. Danger is my middle name. It was Herbert, but I changed it. Alright, good. It's staying on that side. No, don't. Don't you dare. Great. Yeah, this is gonna be the one that takes the longest to get me the gem shard, isn't it? Just because I'm kind of bad at it. You know, when I manage to get a good shot in, I can manage to get something to happen. But then if it gets bounced back on my field, shit like that happens. And you know, once I start and that's another game over, but at least I got a better score than I usually do. Oh, I could just do that. Yeah, you mostly want to jump to accelerate it. If it's already going at a good speed, you can actually just let it bounce on your head. But, you know, again, you clearly want to only jump very rarely. Mostly just to get it started when it's slow. You know, like when you're the one starting it off. I might actually be able to make something good happen this time. Bounce it right back over there. Yeah, you definitely want to jump only if it lacks the velocity to to get over to the other side of the line and on its own, just from bouncing off your head. Which, I mean, like, in actual volleyball, I don't think you jump every time you need to hit the ball in actual volleyball either. But you know what's interesting? This is not a game that they recreated at all. That they recreated or reused it in any way for Funkeys Island. Because they definitely will reuse games, or at least game concepts, because there's a bare minimum 3 different versions of Mahjong. And they all play the same. In fact, like, the first 2 were released at the same time. Because you've got Funkeys, and then you've got Sprout's game, which is just another version of Mahjong. Wait, no. Sprout's game is just that's a match 3. Yeah, it's not Mahjong. So the thing is that there's only like 2 Mahjongs. Because they reused Mahjong later. Is there a reason I lost points for that? Like I just lost points for the thing being on my side of the field for too long? feel like there's another version of Mahjong somewhere beyond just Funkjong and later the one that they made for Daydream Oasis. There is, I can't remember it. Get it off the top of my head right now. Probably also like more versions of Breakout out too. Like I feel like there's one in Nightmare Rift, but don't think there is because it feels like it's somewhere in the desert portion, but unless it's just a bonus game unrelated to getting the Dreamcatcher pieces. Well, I got most of the things that you can get for playing Fusion Folly. Just not the gem shard yet. But I mean, this is the first time I've gotten a decent score at it, so... I believe that was the second time I've played it on this rotation, so this will be the third. Yeah, I feel like there's like an Egyptian themed Mahjong somewhere in the game, but I'm pretty sure Tep's game is a slide puzzle. So unless there's just like a bonus game, I don't think there's more than 2 versions of Mahjong hung in here. Because, like, I mean, there's Tad Tiles, but I'm pretty sure that's dominoes. So, you know, it's another tile-based game, but a different one. Hang it. Could get the ball over there, so... I need to be sparing with my jumps. Because those can make the ball unpredictable. And, you know, sometimes you land on the ball and just sort of spike it into the ground on your side of the field. So that was the third, so now for number 4. I should not have jumped there. I should have just let the ball bounce off my head. What the computer opponent actually missed. This is what a rarity. Yeah, I think they just couldn't figure out how to make the CPU opponent less cracked at the game. So they're just like, okay, we're just gonna give it this arbitrary handicap of only being able to hit the ball a certain number of times. But really, that's probably even like an anti-soft locking measure. Because if the ball gets stuck on... Because if the CPU opponent gets in a loop with the ball stuck on its side, the game could go on forever. If it's just continually bouncing the ball, but the ball never leaves that side of the field. Or touches the ground. But you know, if they made the computer opponent a little less good, then you'd be able to score a bit more easily. I think the big thing is that you want it to be slow on that side, because as the CPU opponent almost never jumps, so it never increases the velocity of the ball. I'm probably using the term velocity wrong. I really just mean speed. Yeah, but you know, I never learned physics. I studied the social sciences. Don't go backwards, ball. Just go slowly on the other side of the field. And I believe this is number 5. Going back to invasion. Invasion after this. Alright, just one. Just gotta score one more and we win. There we go, it's back across the line and back again. I think I need to take a brief BRB to give my hand a break. Alright, I'm back. Let's heading over like my hands only being able to handle so much. Repeated use for the same game is part. It's one of the reasons why I stopped playing the Outdoor Cup. The other reason being the massive corruption, but you know, once you know, like the massive corruption was just kind of the death knell for my interest in being involved in that event. And because of my interest was already waning from it just being boring for the most part. Right, one. What if we just didn't bother with the asteroids? Because something's weird with them. But I mean, they also still deal damage, so... No, there is a reason to actually target them. So that's the second one. But you know, like I mean, well, the All-Star Cup from just like a gameplay standpoint is incredibly boring because it's just playing the same handful of the Flash games over and over. So, and like, I had already stopped caring that much about acquiring any items from the ice shop. So finding out that even if I'm on the winning team some year, I can't even feel that good about it because the only reason they won was because most likely the only reason that said team would have won is because they were lucky enough to have one of the groups that either outright cheats or games the system on their side. It's like, well, you know, I'd like to be on the winning team and have them win fair and square. But when those two strategies are so good that playing fair can't compete, there's not really a point. Like, winning fair and square is not a thing. Short of them doing something, short of them changing the rules to make it to where you can't game the system. I'm in the same way. And honestly, like a lot of it's just sad because, like, you've really got nothing better to do than be part of this secretive organization that acts like the world's shittiest Illuminati. Like, dude. You're hustling a children's game. And that like, you gotta hope that you gotta hope that it's children doing it, but, like, one thing, they're able to organize these off of the website. In fact, they're able to organize at all, which means that they are at least teenagers. Alright, that's number 5, so we're making more stew. Or I guess we're defending more stew. And you know who's actually going to have the time to be able to put in the kind of effort required to do some of the shit that these people do? Adults with absolutely nothing else going on. Like, I mean, you know, I'm sitting here playing a children's game. I'm not doing it because, like, as, like, I guess a power trip. I'm doing it because I was like, you know, you know, as somebody who played Funkeys, when it came out, it would be cool to be able to say, yeah, I actually beat the game. I finished the story. Even if it took me over a decade. But a lot of that was because I didn't have a way to play it for a while. And, you know, I'm also doing my best to entertain whatever audience exists for this. Nice, good. Congratulations, you've earned the trash compactor for your insane high score. That's one, so now on to number 2. Like, you know, at no point am I gonna be like, yeah, I'm really cool. Because like, this is a... like, you know... Or really, it's not even... Not even the... the... you know, playing a... Not even so much playing the children's game that's lame. It's the being a grown adult, potentially, in devoting hours of your day for months playing a shitty children's game. Just so that you can say, look, we won. Yeah, we beat all of the literal children at this video game. You know, Funkeys is a single-player experience. If I absolutely dominate at, like, Room Ball, well, because I have... Because I have been playing video games for close to... for longer than the target audience has been alive. Well, longer than anyone in the target demographic of the video game has been alive. Nobody's experience is worsened by that. And, you know, I'm making content. And like honestly, like the funny thing is that like there was a point to the, so that's a fourth. There was a point to these groups that game the system existing ever since Neopets added the CAPTCHAs. There hasn't been a reason, because they were founded to counterbalance the groups that were just, you know, straight up cheating. Like, you know, they were using scripts. To be able to send massive amounts of scores without having to actually play the game. Although honestly, like both groups are pathetic because like you're really gonna cheat at a children's game? Yeah, you wanna win that badly? You want to win that badly at this thing that barely matters? There's that you're gonna put your account at risk? Since you know if you get caught.
Great Tinker's Ghost! You found another gem shard! This is a fantastic development. If we can reunite the gem shards, we can regain their once awesome power. If there are more, we must find them.
So that's it for Get Out of My Stew, I guess. Yeah, as I was saying, like, you know, either strategy is kind of pathetic because, like, it just doesn't matter that much. And like, you know it's probably mostly adults that are doing this. At least teenagers. Which, I mean, granted, like... But yeah, I guess teenagers actually would... Like, the main... I guess really the main point of evidence against... And so... ends up being... I guess the main point of evidence towards the groups that just game the system being adults is just that, like... the effectiveness with which they're able to organize. So they're probably, so, you know, they're certainly at least teenagers. But like, even then, it just seems a little pathetic. But like, I mean, I would say that acting like the world's shittiest this Illuminati is lame, but on par for teenagers. For adults, it's just sad. Because like when you're an adult, you have so many other things you could be doing. Other than trying to game the system on a website aimed at children. After all, it's not even like you get any real recognition being on the winning team other than, like, I think the trophy has a different graphic. That's just a picture. Granted, you know, clearly, if the NFT craze was anything to go on, some people will go nuts for a picture. You know, some people will go nuts for a PNG. Hey, at least NFTs are unique. If you get a different variation of your trophy for the Altador Cup on neopets.com, the forums, the game, all you're getting, everybody else on the same team that that got to the same rank as you, is gonna have the same picture. Not to mention, like, at least NFTs, there was monetary value among the people that were trading them. Like that was most of it. Was like speculative investing. Man, investors have got to be some of the most pathetic people out there. Like, especially if they're investing in anything other than like stocks and real estate. Because at least, you know, those are real estate, especially that's an actual thing. You know, at least with the real estate, you can be like, yeah, yes. You know, your answer to the question of how did you make your money can be like, yes, I traded land. You know, I bought land and then I sold it, or I rented it out. Granted, you know, being a landlord is also pretty pathetic because like the only reason being a landlord isn't a complete joke, particularly as your primary source of income, is because we live in a society that validates their existence. And so, but you know, at least land is a thing that physically exists, even if owning land is a construct of our intersubjective reality. There's still a physical thing attached to it. It's not like stocks where it's here's this vague abstract thing that you own because you gave us X amount of money. It's not NFTs or it's like but like, you know, at least stocks in real estate, for better or for worse, most of our society respects that. Something like NFTs or cryptocurrency or magic cards, only a select subset of people are gonna think that's at all cool. And a lot of the people that invest in those things suck enough that that, you know, if you ask somebody how they made their money for some reason, and their answer is one of those, that's a good sign that you need to get the fuck out of that conversation. And you know, I think you know, like I believe I've said this before, but I don't know if there's ever been an instance where like a stock trader threatened somebody's life because their actions led to to their stocks, because that person's actions led to their stocks losing value. Granted, part of it is probably just simply that, like, you know, there's more that major corporations can do if you, like, threaten their CEO. Oh, then and the Commander Rules Committee ever could do against their members being threatened. Because, you know, that's a group of volunteers. They were a non-profit organization for all intents and purposes. But hey, you know, if under WotC's control, the commander format goes to shit, and it causes all cards that are mostly valuable because of Commander to have their prices tank. I think because nobody wants to play Commander anymore. Then, in a lot of ways, the people that are pathetic enough to send death threats over a change in the value of a trading card have no one to blame but themselves if portions of the rest of their portfolio also tank in value. Because, you know, they're the ones that presented a large enough threat on these people's lives. Is that Wizards of the Coast felt the need to step in. I mean, honestly, like as bad as investors can be, at least they're not scalpers. At least most of them aren't. Technically, a scalper is an investor, since the definition of an investor is somebody who makes a purchase exclusively to get a financial return later. Okay, so that was the second I can run through. So number 3. Should probably chill and just focus on the game. I mean, you know, even Yui Funkeys was impacted. By I guess you would classify them as scalpers. Because, like, you know, realistically, I probably will never have a complete collection of UB Funkies. Because not only is it going to be more difficult, well, now, because as well. Well, I've only got to, because, well, there's only so many of them out there. They're no longer being made. So the moment there's nobody left wanting to sell the given Funky, that Funky is no longer attainable. At least until, or the very least, it is until maybe somebody changes their mind down the road, or, you know, years late, you know, decades later, you know, sometime after one of the people that own that funky dies, then somebody then inherits it later or something, might sell it. I mean, past a certain point, it's an heirloom. Would you imagine that being like a precious family heirloom? Like, ah, yes, my family heirloom, Boggle from UB Funkies. Like, you know, usually family heirlooms are like jewelry, or artwork. But like, because, you know, that stuff retains a high value, and thus, you know, like, it'll actually be written down in the will, so and so specifically gets this. Or even like the parent might pass it on to their kid while the parent is still alive. Like, you know, even so that was number 3. You know, even back when UB Funkies was actively in production, it was not impossible to have a complete collection. Because for most of them, all you had to do was go to the right store at the right time. And, like, you would have to go to specifically, like, Target and Kmart, or to get at certain things. Because they would have these because they had a couple story packs that were exclusive to this particular retailer. Then there was Dot. Yeah, the the San Diego Comic-Con exclusive Funky that I'm pretty sure was selling for thousands of dollars. Mint in package. Which means that unless these people bought two, they never even went to the dot spot. Because, like, honestly, in some ways, that's kind of the biggest benefit to the introduction of Angus's Manor and the microtransactions, was that it made the dot spot actually accessible to the wider population that weren't lucky enough to be there at Comic-Con to buy a dot directly, or have the disposable income, or are lucky enough to have the mass amounts of disposable income to just buy one off of eBay. Because microtransaction stuff added funky familiars, which were a thing that let you actually just pretend to be a specific funky temporarily. I actually went to the dot spot once, and without having to own the actual funky. Because I was able to buy a dot familiar and access it that way. Unfortunately, since it was a funky added later on past the initial release, that doesn't affect your ability to actually complete the Funky's Town own gym. So there is that. Just kind of lame, because like, it's one of those instances where somebody's desire to make money is detrimental to the gameplay experience of a game. Alright, this is gonna be the 5th run through. This time I'm really gonna focus. And it's like You know, who knows how many copies of Dot were just never opened. And like, you know, I get I kind of get leaving, especially, you know, something rare in its packaging so that you can keep it nice. But like, one thing, what are you doing that's gonna get a Funky dirty? You know, they're pieces of plastic that you use with your computer. The only thing that, I guess, you know, after a while, like the oils and whatnot on your hands, the hands will get them dirty, but that's about it. At least, you know, although, keep in mind that this is a children's game. And I know I, as a child, certainly played with my Funkies in ways that were not, that, you know, got them a bit dirty at times. Didn't really harm the magnets, though. Oh, so there's that. But also, you know, a kid's not gonna care. Like, other than... like, at most, a kid is probably going to... provided that the parent has done a good job of establishing, yeah, you get this one of this. If you break it, that's it. Especially since, you know, if the kid has it, then that means that the parent probably had to go to Comic-Con to acquire it. Either that or they poured quite a bit of money into it. Either way, parents probably not going to put in that effort again. And unless they've got a lot of disposable income. Alright, that was number 5, and still don't have the gem shard, so guess we're just gonna be alternating between these two games for the next while. Seems almost like you have to hit meteor like to the side. I need to actually be able to destroy it. Oh, and you don't get this thing back when you presumably heal. So that was one. Which, like, it's like, you know the reason why investors are pathetic is just because, like, that is a career path that exists exclusively thanks to capitalism. Because, like, the entire concept of being an investor hinges on, yes, on the idea that hoarding a resource or an object or something specifically for the intent of making money is acceptable. And in a capitalist society, just about anything that can be used to make money, you can find somewhere where that's fine. Like, pretty much the main wave. Like, you know, you hope that, you know, your government will step in. And to a degree, governments do step in. Hence why, you know, we don't have like a... Hence why most countries, at least to my knowledge, don't have like a major legal like organ harvesting thing industry, for example. Even though, like, you know, selling human organs would be a way to make money. But that is a line that is drawn on thankfully. So that was third time. Which, I mean, I guess really, you know, at least hoarding, at least, you know, like, investing usually isn't hoarding, but it certainly is acquiring a thing specifically to sell it later. Rather than acquiring the thing for the benefits that come with owning the thing from an actual, like, direct standpoint. And yeah, that's especially true when when your means of maintaining the item's value get in the way of it being used for its designed purpose. You know, like with dodge, where to maintain maximum value, the thing is gonna, or if you want to maintain maximum value, you've got to keep the thing in its original packaging. But in order to actually use the thing for the purpose it was made for, you have to take it out of that packaging. Okay, so I think the star is just more score. Alright, so that was 5, so when speaking of 5, I think I'll go for like 5 more games of Fusion Folly and call it a night. Hey, because it's 5 a.m. Man, I've got to switch Funkeys. But like, it's like, you know, it is very much like a capitalist thing to be like, yes, I'm going to not use this for its intended purpose so that I can make money. Because, like, most other value systems value things based on your use of them. Which, I mean, I guess technically selling something is a use. It's just not the thing that is, you know, intended if you're not to like the manufacturer of the item. Because like if you if you look at hedonism, for example, like that's a value system based on how much pleasure do you get out of something. Thus, like, sure, technically if money makes you happy, then hedonism would approve of buying something to make more money than to make back more money than you spent on it. But usually, from a hedonist perspective, the ideal thing to buy is something that's gonna make you happy from owning and using it. You know, the financial value system, you know, like if you like look at magic cards for an example. A financial based value system is going to say the best value you can get. If your system of value is based entirely on how much money can you make, then and the question that you will want to ask every time you buy a single card is, will this go up in value, you know, on the secondary market in the time that I own it, so that I can sell it later and make more money than I spent. But from a hedonistic value system, the question you're going to want to ask is, will playing this card in my deck make me enjoy the game more? Which, I mean, quite often, for a lot of people, the cards that are high in financial value and the cards that are going to be high in that kind of hedonistic value are going to be the same. Because winning is an enjoyable experience, thus more powerful cards should make you enjoy the game more. They don't necessarily, because a lot of that depends on what your goals in playing the game are. Or for one, because, like, you know, it's not just about, are you winning? It's also about, are you, for instance, enjoying the play pattern? Like, you know, I hope that I really hope for the sake of the people that play like mono red aggro that they enjoy the aggro play pattern. Because otherwise the only joy they're getting out of playing the game is which, I mean, I guess really, like, aggro would be the ideal archetype to hate playing. Because at least, you know, tries to win fast, so... Oh, at least... if you don't like playing aggro, you don't have to play aggro for long. Especially if you're winning. Like, you know, the ideal time to be playing any card game is when the deck that you like is good. That's why that's why one of my favorite times in all of the time I've been playing Magic was probably Kaladesh block. Because I loved playing Electrostatic Pummeler and the deck was good. But like, you know,
It's clear now that the crystal gems were shattered and scattered in the explosion, but not destroyed. Now there is only one shard left to find in order to complete this gem. If you can find the last one, we may be able to harness its power and defeat Master Lox.
alright, I might as well just play some invasion now, because like, one thing, that's the only one left. And I'm gonna stay live for at least 10 more minutes. Like, you know, I think the ideal, like, the ideal situation for you to find yourself in, which really, in a lot of ways, enjoying playing your deck takes priority over it being good, because like, because like, you know, if your deck provides a consistently enjoyable play pattern, then you will more reliably have a good time than if the only way for you to enjoy playing the game is if you win. And because you know, the exact play pattern of your deck is what you have the most control over, because you pick the cards that go in. Thus, the only things that can stop you from Thus, you know, if your deck is built to be a deck that to be something that you will enjoy playing, then the only two things that can get in your way from can get in the way of you having a good time are decks that are poor draws and decks that stop you from doing your thing. You know, there's a reason why stacks and control are usually the most sort of feels bad experiences for the opponent. And discard, which I mean, discard is control. Well, when you get down to it, it's just not using counter spells. Well, it's stopping you from playing the cards in the first place. Which means stacks is also a form of control. All just a specific breed. I think the problem with Invasion is that there's like a layer system. That makes it almost like 3D. And thus makes it possible to actually miss, even though for all other intents and purposes, your shot hit. I think the key is just to aim better. Rather than trying to just rain down own missiles. Well, I was doing fairly well. Oh, but now not so much. And I've lost. Or I guess really, is there even technically a lose condition? Because, I mean, there doesn't seem to be a win condition. It definitely seems like things can Your missiles can go behind targets. It just seems bad. I've got... Ultimately got no choice but to keep playing this until it gives me the gem shard. Like this is just gonna be the heart hoopla of Laputta Station, isn't it? Like just about every zone's gonna have their one game where it just takes me forever to get the gem shard, isn't it? Either because, like, I'm bad at it, or because it's like they made the cumulative score required super high. Because I feel like it took me way too many playthroughs. It was a freaking breakout game. Yeah, like it like, and when you think about it, like, capitalism is kind of perhaps unique in the fact that the value of things begins and ends with money. Whereas in a lot of other value systems, in a lot of other philosophies, money is just a means of attaining value. If the philosophy respects money at all, hedonism values money either because you enjoy having money, maybe for some reason, or because it can be exchanged for things that make you happy, or preventing negative outcomes that will make you less happy. Utilitarianism values money for its utility as he as a means of acquiring other things. But also, like, utilitarianism probably isn't gonna care much for having something sit in a box waiting to be sold, also that you can maintain its financial value. Because usually the way something is valuable from a utilitarian standpoint is because of using it, utilizing. So ultimately, from a utilitarian standpoint, something that you're having just in storage somewhere in order to sell at a later date has no value until you sell it. Because you are not using it for anything. And thus, like, I guess in a way it has value, but that value is sort of being stored rather than it actively doing anything for you. Because the value, because utilitarian value is in the using of the object, like, for a purpose. Thus, if you are not getting any use out of something, why have it? But I mean, if you're emphasizing the utility of items, having items that you can use later is still valuable. It's just, an investment. But, a utilitarian investment and it is not just, oh, if I buy this, then it'll appreciate in value, and I can sell it later. It's also, if I stock up on this, then I will have that later when I need it. So, you're not just... Like, I would say the thing that's... The only way for something to truly have zero value from a utilitarian standpoint is if it cannot serve a purpose. If it has no function, then there's no point from a strictly utilitarian standpoint. Me, I personally like the hedonist value system a bit more. Because, like, yeah, things making you happy should have a purpose, should be valued. Dude, you know, like that's why, like, I don't like when people are like, when people consider having a fun hobby a waste of time. I don't know why I just did air quotes. I have no camera. But hopefully the slight shift in intonation carried over. Like, you know, how much of a waste of time can it really be if I had a good time? Like, hedonism kind of gets a bad rap because, like, you know, it's associated with this image of people that just, like, lay about all day, like, drinking and fucking and hooking and doing drugs. But, like, to me, like, you know, what about, for instance, the positive feelings of a job well done? Honestly, in a lot of ways, the drinking and the doing drugs, at least, it's kind of a weird approach to hedonism because, like, is that really the best you can do for finding something that makes you happy? Is to chemically induce it? Like, you can't get the dopamine going in your brain naturally? Or, you know, maybe that classical image of hedonism is just a straw man designed to make it sound like a bad idea. Or, you know, I could also just be misunderstanding the whole concept. Either way, but I mean, like, I studied some of this stuff in college, so like, some of it, like, a lot of what I've read about hedonism comes from, like, philosophical writings from somebody with like a very high degree in philosophy. Like, I'm pretty sure they've got at least, like, a doctorate. As, you know, they went to grad school to study philosophy. So, like, If I'm misunderstanding the writing, it's because there's some like academic nuance that I didn't get. Man, is it taking a while to get the score, to get the cumulative score necessary to get that last gem shard? I mean, maybe it just feels like it's taking a while because I'm just playing the same game over and over. Whereas before I was changing things up on a regular basis. And yeah, you kind of, in order for something to not be just completely a grind, you definitely need to change things up. Still no shard. What? Yeah, like I think the main thing, the main drawback to a lot of hedonist philosophy is not having room for doing things because you have to. You know, that's where the image of the people that just lays about, doing substances all day, it comes from. Is the lack of responsibility that comes with only doing things if they bring you joy. But like, when you think about it, like even if you take a hedonistic perspective, if you're not, unless you're wholly invested in immediate, and you know, gaining immediate satisfaction, you still have a reason to like, maintain an income. You know, even if your ideal is, I want to be able to laze about and out and just get wasted all day long. All those drugs and booze ain't gonna buy themselves. Like you've gotta have a way to acquire that stuff. And, you know, just in general, if you don't do the things you have to, then at some point, your lack of doing those things that you have to is gonna catch up on you. After all, like, you enjoy going to the doctor? You better, because like, you know, whether or not you do, you better get used to going, because a lack of medical care there leads to a lot of people probably dying young because they don't, or at the very least, you know, dying of otherwise preventable causes, is because as you know, you need because, you know, the best way to not die from a preventable cause is to go to the person that can catch that shit early and help you. Granted, like, a lot of people, the reason they don't go to the doctor is not because they don't want to. No, it's because they literally can't. Or technically they can, it will just financially ruin them for the rest of their lives, and we live in a society where financial ruination can also be deadly. But anyway, like, and like, you know, people often be like, oh, you know, if we establish a universal basic income, then nobody will work anymore. Well, maybe you should consider not having the job suck. Like the job has to be pretty bad if you're relying entirely on people need the money to live. Like, you know, you are keeping these people you're keeping these people under your employ via an implicit death threat. Like, I mean, you know, in a lot of places, people already don't want to. Or we've just built a society where you have to. So people do it anyway, even though they don't want to. And I hope at least they have clarified that you only have to label your stream as political if that is the central purpose. I mean, really, this is... The fact that I'm talking about this is, in a lot of ways, Funkeys' fault. Because, like, there's so little to say about what's happening on screen right now. Other than it sucks. And it's taking me forever to not have to do this anymore. Like, I mean, like it's the same thing as with Minecraft. Minecraft has the situation of, well, I'm not doing anything interesting in the video game. Guess I'll talk about, the ideal scenario for if I die and am replaced by an artificial intelligence. Because, what is there to say about the process of just, like, steadily mining through a mountain? I really hate the asteroids in particular because they're such small targets. Like, I usually miss them. Now, a lot of the reason why this is taking so long is because I'm not getting that high of a score. Yeah, if I was absolutely cracked at this, I would have the gym chart already, almost certainly. Just think, as soon as we hear that guitar riff, I never have to touch this again. Because I'm not bothering, like, trophies and exclusive in-game items are nice. I'm just here for the gem shard. Like, realistically, once I beat Paradox Green, and once I finish Paradox Green and stuff, I am realistically putting Funkeys down for years, if not forever. Because the main reason I even came back to it is, one, the nostalgia of playing Funkeys. but also not having the story go unfinished. At least to the extent that you even can. Because I don't know to what extent they really got a good opportunity to give the game a satisfying conclusion. Although really, you know, like maybe 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 there's somewhat of a conclusion after you just get the gem shards done. That would be the ideal way to do it. Like the ideal way to do any video game that is planned to have later add-ons on the, if you're doing something with a story, is to have the story be complete with just the base game. At least, you know, that's the ideal way of doing things from a user experience standpoint. Because, you know, that way, if, for example, those later add-ons never come out because, like, the base game was a financial failure, those who bought into it still get to experience a full story. You know, there's no to be continued in this product that will never come out. No to ending. And you get an ending, and then if and when and the add-ons come out, then you get another story in the same world, possibly even following up on the original, but ultimately not necessary to have a satisfying experience. But, you know, from a business standpoint, it's also useful to leave the base game story on a cliffhanger so that you can tease a later product and build hype for it. And unfortunately, a lot of the time, the consumer experience is secondary to the business, to the interests of the business. It is because the consumers only really start mattering if they stop spending money. Because ultimately, it is important for businesses to care about the consumer experience, because that's what gives people a reason to buy the product. Because, you know, whatever there is to get out of it as a consumer, or thus a bad consumer experience is what's going to Thus, you know, like, the thing that makes something a financial failure, or from a business standpoint, is a failure to generate enough consumer interest to get people buying enough of the product to make a profit. Thus, it's in the best interest of any business to at least pander to one of two crowds: people that write reviews, and by extension the people that read them, or the people that don't give a shit about reviews. And even those people still need to come away from the product satisfied, either they got their money's worth, but if it takes buying the product for the person for the consumer to figure that out, then unless they go and ask for a refund, and you've already made your money off of that consumer, thus the only incentive to care what they think, being from a pure financial standpoint, and it is the hopes that they will become a loyal customer. But meanwhile, people that read reviews are going to read the reviews before they buy, and thus to court those customers, there's a business has to make sure that the reviews aren't saying anything too nasty about them. Or alternatively, any reviews that are saying something nasty are also ones that most consumers will just ignore. Or regardless of whether it's somebody who regularly reads reviews of products or not. It kind of seems like using the missiles for maximum value might be a decent strategy. Just wait until something is about to hit and then pull the lever. Come on, just give me the... I think that's gonna be it for tonight. So thank you to everyone who stopped by. Next stream in general is planned for tomorrow. No, with The Sims 4. And next UB Funky stream is planned for next Wednesday. Okay, so let's... So here are all of my links. Okay, so let's find somebody to raid. Now here's something interesting. Hot Wheels Unleashed Unleashed 2 PS4 Deutsch play gameplay. It's tagged as English. Like which is it? It's also like the title is in English too. No, and that's not translated. Yeah, there's almost certainly not going to be anybody doing UB Funkeys right now. Yeah, there's a reason why I'm in the games plus demos category. Yeah, I'm curious. So let's... I mean, actually, I'm not hearing any kind of a commentary on that, so I think it's just that the game isn't in English. At the same time, if there's no commentary and the game is not in English, then it shouldn't be tagged as English. You know what, let's give this have this as XCOM stream a name a raid.